Hello, welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation tool called Automat. It is a graphical environment where you connect those tiny toys together, and they have some various funny functions. Like, this one has the ability to react to hotkeys, but we are in the middle of some refactoring, so not everything works like it should, but it should be easy fix. It's the next thingy here. Actually, this is one of the things that we'll probably start with today. So what we do have here is, like, recently we've been adding a new sync mechanism so that objects can be synchronized with other objects. This connection should really be invisible here. Okay, let's say I connect this F key to this switch. I know weird things are happening on screen, but now when I press F, I also have a property here called monitoring. I can sync it with another switch. I can sync it here. So now I can do unsync here. Okay. I just connect like that? No, I cannot. Too bad. Yeah, there are a lot of unfinished logic here. Ways of operation that should work. So excuse the fact that it's not super complete right now. We will fix it, we'll fix everything. The thing is, I've been working on this over the weekend, and I have 42 cached changes ready to be pushed out. So we did a lot of cleanup related to how connections are stored in Automat. So now instead of storing connections in an external hash map, now we are storing them in line within objects, which is just a tiny bit more efficient. Probably doesn't matter. We just broke Automat for a week for questionable reasons.
Meister Chica says,
TTS feature suggestio. Introduction. Delay on Chatterino currently.
Introduction delay? What do you mean? Elaborate.
To give yourself 10-15 minutes of free speech.
Possibly, yeah. I usually start the stream with like a longer segment of rambling. Not super coherent usually, and then we switch to coding. It varies. I don't mind TTS interruptions really. This is why I've set up TTS in the first place. I will keep this in mind though. It's ideal. Okay, this is a good enough description. So I had a list of things to fix. And this list now contains just 5 points. It used to be like I had to scroll the window. So all those things, I will push them. Automat is kind of in a broken state right now, but it's a tiny, just a little bit broken. And I actually think there are some cool things that if we implement everything correctly, that should start working now, I think. I was actually wondering if I could synchronize timer and the key, because the way that we usually implemented, for example, mouse button presses, is we had mouse button down and mouse button up and 2 timers. And this works. I can structure everything like that. For example, every 10 seconds I will click a mouse 100 milliseconds is roughly a mouse click. So this is one way to do a mouse click, but now it should be possible to do it differently. Now it should be possible to do it like that, where I just have two timers and left mouse down, and I should be able to synchronize this left mouse down with this timer, with this timer.
I found a fix for high Claude code usage. Workaround more than fix.
I also have a theory of what causes the issue. I think that the issue comes from long discussions. I noticed that when I just send a simple kind of follow-up, just a single sentence in a long discussion, it consumes sometimes like immediately 30% of my quota. Just, the initial prompt. So starting fresh discussions is what helps, I think. But what is your fix? Honestly, when all those issues, it seems to me that they are made up by people online who kind of encountered the post-Christmas quota apocalypse. I see the issue. I mean, I'm also running out of quota very quickly, but it's not as bad. Duration? Oh, this is duration. I didn't expect... So, this is one of the crazy things. I never programmed this property duration. It kind of appeared kind of by itself, because this timer, which is an ancient object, it has an interface called the duration, which represents this field here. Duration sync. I sync with this.
Disable agents tasks in Claude Code, or in my case, just use open code.
So maybe this feature is just polluting context with some extra instructions. Oh, this thing does not work. We can actually fix this. We can fix all of this. But step by step. I want to make this work now. I don't know why it has next here.
I noticed like 50 spikes when Claude used task tool.
I haven't been using Claude Code in a while. Does Claude Code have the built-in ability to spawn subagents?
I think they get spawned when task tool is used.
I see. Okay, okay. Anyway, you'll probably not be using Cloud code today a lot. Cloud is good for refactoring. It's amazing for refactoring. It's one of the use cases where it really shines. The amount of code I shuffled over the weekend, insane. Okay, this thing here, this mouse presser. Blah, 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 blah. Presser matrix. On presser menu option, come on. Presser widget. Okay, so this is a mouse button presser.
Here's dangerous example. Go over code-based parts related to the Windows platform and give me list of Win32-WAPI functions used to speed up the process use task tool.
But isn't the task tool used for just planning to-dos? Like, it is a to-do list, right?
Not always. It's parallelization mechanism as far as I understand.
So sub-agents, okay. Yeah, I can see how this can destroy quota. It's still not... It still doesn't have a button here. Let me check something. So hotkey has a parts method. It calls next arg. Okay, hotkey is not runnable. Hotkey is a strange object. It's an object that cannot really be executed itself. But it can execute other objects. Let's do it like that. Enable is an abstract class because it needs on run. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Please on run is not going to do anything. It's just going to exist here so that parts can call it. Yay! We have a connection. I just need to activate it. Where was this runnable defined? Keep losing it. It's in base HH. Okay, before I do this, I should probably get rid of location. It's in quite a few places. I guess time to roll out Shot again. I'm actually thinking about deleting the Claude MD, the instructions that tell it how to use the project, because the auto discovery is actually so good. It just finds all of the relevant pieces of information by itself. This simple prompt cost me 10% of my usage. Another cloud optimization I'm thinking of doing is changing the output of this command so that it prints less information. See how it works. This does not work here. Okay, this one has a next option. Okay, this one works. This one also works. And this one is... doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, yeah, that was fairly large refactoring. Really simple. Okay, probably it would be faster if I did this myself. Anyway. And the whole scheduler needs to be changed. Still quite a few complex things to think through. The main thing I want to do, I have this, come on, why do I have this now? Okay, so I can synchronize the hotkey state with this switch now. Great. When I press space, I want this next connection to fire. Okay, so this should be a crash if this fails. Or at least an error message. I think I fixed it already, so... yeah. It's blinking again. Oh, and the nice thing is that I cannot connect to this hotkey. And that makes sense, because this hotkey is not runnable. It doesn't make sense to run this hotkey. Oh. And it's actually kind of nice that we can synchronize the hotkey with another object now. Can we? Okay, I think it is probably updating. It needs to notify widgets. It's on, turn on. Okay, this way it works. And this way it does not. Why?
"772 says,
Good morning.
Hey. I know. I need to wake the animation for this button. Silly button. Because it is activated, is deactivated. This button doesn't wake.
I am going to co-work on some administrative tasks that I have to do. I noticed that you've sped up TTS.
Did I? I think it's... I think I haven't been doing anything with TTS. Okay, this is working now. So I'm actually changing probably irrelevant parts. The point for today is to change this connection to the gear so that it looks differently. And also we need to draw another connection from the gear to all the synchronized objects. It's kind of symmetric. So what is this change doing? This change is one more thing. There was this part name function. I want to change this. So this tiny change will cause the menu to be populated differently. So objects in Automat are composed of parts, and object itself is also a part of itself. Object is kind of this thing that combines all of the parts that makes them work. And the thing is, there is this function that exposes all of the parts of an object, and each part has a name here, and some parts may be anonymous. If they are anonymous, then all of their functions, they are included directly in the parent objects menu. So this right key, yeah, now we can do turn on and sync, and turn on and turn off is going to activate and deactivate the hotkey.
I think the chosen voice now also pronounces the username.
I will see. I haven't been touching really anything with the bot that manages TTS, but maybe there is a bug. Something like you describe is actually likely to happen, actually. Yeah, disconnection. We need to get rid of it. This hotkey runnable. There's a part that can only be synchronized. Can't be synchronized really with anything right now. Maybe with this. No. key derives from on-off. Which derives from interface. Derives from inline argument. Which derives from blah blah blah. Okay. Argument and derives from part virtually. Okay.
This voice is closer to my own.
I think it's a voice of some YouTuber or something. It was included as one of the default voices in Tortoise TTS. So they have some voices and yeah, this is one of them.
Ajay Aravan Srinivasan says,
Reset 12.
Living Being says,
Test.
Yeah, things work. The advantage of not having microservices is that everything runs on a single computer. All of the changes are instant. Actually, this property, this sync on the hotkey, this is something where this is the initial goal for this whole synchronization mechanism. The goal was that they wanted to synchronize the hotkey with the window activation state. So that when a window gets activated, a specific window, that would be, I don't know, Noita game. So when I would alt tab into Noita, that would activate the hotkey. Yeah. Oh, get rid of those. I guess the next thing is to actually start drawing this belt connection thingy. So in the header, we this connection widget, have a couple styles of connections, if I remember correctly. Connection widget range, no. Sorry, we have this in argument HH. Here we have style. What is the style? Yeah, get style. So we are going to have a new connection style called belt. Yeah, and it's going to be a transport belt between two objects.
Industry conveyor, belt dot.
Let me see if I can actually serialize some default state where we can see our belt in action. I've just introduced a new enum, but it's not used yet or anything. You get rid of those two objects. If, for example, synchronize state of the key, this widget here. Okay, when I save this and restore it, it should reconstruct this in the same shape. Yeah. Not working, unfortunately, because it's not fully serialized, I'm afraid. The serialization is not kind of finished. So we are serializing this gear object called sync block. It should probably be called gear. And key presser says that it's connected to this sync block. I think this sync block should also have connections to all of the synchronized objects, the key presser and flip-flop. Yeah. Call this gear. That will make it easier.
What's preventing people from wrapping a list compiler around a more modern GI like VS Code?
Nothing. There are modern Lisps, I think. I remember there was this crazy IDE. It was a couple years ago, like 5 or more years ago. I won't remember the name. Never mind.
Time to make a more modern Emacs that combines good parts of VS Code with good parts of Emacs.
Yeah, VS Code, it feels a little bit like Emacs because it has JavaScript, and JavaScript makes it theoretically customizable, but you have to customize it through extensions, and extensions are awful. I think the way they did it is because it gives them kind of more control over how they are distributed. Because you could theoretically write your own, inject your own scripts into VS Code.
But you can't evaluate random JS code like an Emacs list. Wrong. It's shitty. Then we'll never streamline labs.
You can evaluate random JavaScript code. This is what JavaScript is famous for, right? The eval function. Okay, and I should probably remove the automat state. Yeah. Now when I do this, close this, and yeah, the new object is called gear. And the key presser is connected to the gear, but gear has no connections out. So I think each of those things let's do this. So each sync argument will know its position. And connect, and connect. This can connect. This is one. Two is that instead of pointers like that, we will store them sync arg. And of course, this now needs to be defined higher up. I think this is not going to be possible with C++. Facilities. Because we need to get a pointer, one of the parts, which we can do. But there is no dynamic cast which will take a specific part here. Okay, so to properly implement this, we will actually need the LLVM style casting system. Yeah, we can do this, we can do this. Maybe not right now, this is not a priority, but eventually. For now, let's just check if the end is an interface. To move this out. Yeah, so gear would be able to store the type of interface that it synchronizes. Or do I want to? Maybe a generic gear would be nice. Yeah. Okay, the next thing is, I think this should report a name. It's one thing, and two, argument cannot move in memory. So this has to be managed through a unique pointer. How do I draw this? Because each connection seems like it will have two ends. Two or one? Anyway, just to support saving, let's do this like that for now. Now we will have a bunch of errors in this file. Actually, no, I'm thinking about this, and I don't think this is a good direction. I think gear widget should be responsible for drawing everything.
Making non-scientific claims is okay, but being unscientific claims is not.
True. It's funny how language works. We just need to do one thing here, and that one thing is to serialize the state of this object.
Meister Chica says.
I state that cease is also non-scientific because we sometimes use non-scientific methods of research in science, which would render those methods unscientific, which collates to science being scientifically while pretending to be unscientific while pretending to be scientifically non-scientific. What?
Yeah, this is Gödel's incompleteness theorem or so. In the end you have natural language. Not natural language, some other external definition always. There are no fully formalized systems, because they always need to be embedded in some kind of non-formalized parent language.
Living Being says.
I agree with the spirit of the message. Values underpin everything, and are by definition non-scientific. Out.
I think serialization is going to be slightly problematic because
one needs to value logic to be scientific.
so here to serialize those connections we need to non-serialize connections. This is not possible right now. because there can be cyclic dependencies between objects. We first have to serialize like the vertices and then edges, and then yeah, exactly.
Does serialize always imply linearizing thing?
Yeah. Okay, actually it seems like we can.
Meister Chica says,
I have a really important question regarding science. So chemistry is natural science, physics also. Electroengineering and engineering are social. Math is math queen of all sciences. So what is TS princess?
Electroengineering and engineering are social. That's debatable. There was a nice book shared recently on Think of Computing, Slack, Cultures of Programming, and it actually touches the exact divide. So they say that programming is actually composed of several cultures, and one of them is related to engineering, one of them is related to organizational structures and control of, teams, the development of large projects. Like think of an Apollo program, which had to be joint collaboration of multiple institutions. Then there is the mathematical tradition of programming, which also places programming close to mathematics. The hacker culture, which places it as a kind of counterculture. And then there is and there was one more.
All in category of
Yeah.
social sciences, as they do not research things in nature.
And there is also the humanistic aspect of programming, which focuses on how computers can empower human thinking and empower people to do new things. The stuff like using computers for art, music, or new forms of unlocking human creativity. I started reading the book a couple of days, when it was announced on Slack, and it's a free book, by the way. You can download it online from the Cambridge site. It's cool. It's cool. I really like it. It uses some nice tricks like discussions, fake discussions between imaginary characters. So, and I think this is precisely about the question that you're asking. Computer science is actually a mix of those 5 different cultures. There's probably maybe even more than that.
Living Being says,
For me, science is not so much about topic. It's about applying the scientific method, which can be done in any field.
Yeah. And science is probably a slightly overloaded term. Typically, it's used to represent this theory experiment cycle where you verify your beliefs through experiments. But in mathematics, it's not like that. Mathematics is more of a formal game where you follow strict definitions to their conclusions. You play with the rules, and the way you define the rules controls what conclusion you will reach. And programming has both. It has this scientific aspect where you have theories, where you verify them. And it also has this mathematical aspect where you come up with fancy formal systems and see where they would lead you. Totally different things, but they are both conflated often as science.
Meister Chica says.
You can't have fate discussion without Xenophon, Socrates, Archimedes, and Pythagoras.
Living Beings says.
For me, the distinction lies between research and building things. That utilitarian purposes.
Yeah. So I started reading this. There is one character which I would love to see here. I guess what was this? So Socrates is the person who represents a humanistic nature of programming here. But there is, the OG philosopher, even before Archimedes, the Plato, the guy from Ideas. I think programming, like the stuff that happens inside the computer, it's a lot about coming with those fancy ideas and making them kind of alive in this virtual environment, and then, playing with them, seeing how they interact. I think Plato embodies this idea very well because of his, his philosophy of this world of perfect ideas. And computers are kind of like this world. Where those ideas exist. We don't interact with them directly, we only see their shadows on the screen of computer. Their reflections. And yeah, this is not related really to any of those traditions. There is no tradition in programming based on Platonic ideals. But I think they are there. This is how we programmers think about programs. When we read the source code, we usually create a sort of a mental map of this program as those ideas in our heads. It doesn't care about, how programs interact with real world at all. It only cares about how programs interact with our imagination, with our mental processes. But still, I only started this book. I'm still in the Apollo chapter, so yeah. Not Apollo. Yeah, this first one. But it looks fun.
Do you read books on your computer?
This one I'm reading on my smartphone, and it's such a pain. I wish this was released as an EPUB or something that's more readable, because when you squeeze this to a tiny screen, it's my neck is going to punish me for reading a whole book on a smartphone.
There are tools that do that for you.
Let me check something.
Lullaby.
Yeah. Ebook convert. Is there an app like that? Okay, there is ebook tools. Oh, this is a good. Let's see if this works.
Don't you have to restart the shell?
No. It's only when you change the path. Change the path. Maybe there is a use flag for this. Libra. How many packages? 25? Okay. Okay, I'll let it run.
Calibro was made by the same person who maintains Kitty, and it sucks.
Yeah, Kitty is kind of strange.
Foliat is a much better book reader.
Yeah, the question is, can it convert from PDF to EPUB?
So Claude Code can be used as a system administrator. At the root you till how powers powering still issues.
I don't know why this happens. Some voices, they have some kind of mental disorders.
Meister Chica says,
In more akin on ID browser operating system, OS BIOS for browser.
Okay, I have the HTML now. Even have images. Wow. Can I change size? No, not really.
Wait, if BIOS is basic input-output system, does that mean OS is output system?
Living being says.
You can use caliber to read EPUB.
The EPUB is kind of broken, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is actually a very fitting song, The Grid from Tron.
Vibe System Administrator. Tonwell Tart. Elisayat. Ivil Diobstait.
Honestly, for reading books, this text file would be pretty decent. I guess it would also compress kind of well. Yeah, a book like that goes from... Originally it was 12 megabytes to 300 kilobytes. M minus F. Oh. CD EPUB. Oh. We just have a lot of leading spaces. And I think we lost images. I just want line wrapping to work, and it just doesn't want to.
sudo rm rf. Do you wish to proceed?
It sometimes issues rm minus f. Do the links work? They seem to work. Wow. This seems to be the new EPUB. See how this looks. Yeah, it seems like it works.
Meister Chica says,
Sometimes I wonder why we made operating systems so dumb that it will execute everything you tell it to do. I'm not looking at Unix family.
Oh. And somehow the EPUB is...
Images work too.
Yeah, somehow the EPUB is 4 megabytes smaller than the PDF. And it's compressed with zip. I guess if it was like a more reasonable compression. No need to check anything. Ooh. And back to this. I was thinking a little bit about this, kind of in the back of my head, and I think the way that serialization of object works has to be changed. I think objects, they need, when they are serializing their state, they probably need to get access to some helper that will make it easier for them to serialize those things. So so what is serializer? Okay, this is just pretty writer. Do it like that. Does this compile still? We don't need that. Yeah, this is going to be serializer. In our serializer, I need to do
How do you treat people that are worse than you at things?
you know, everybody's better at some things and worse at others. Okay, it only complains that we do not have access to those serialization functions.
They are untidy, don't have a job, and don't have good standards.
It depends. You know, sometimes I am opinionated. Sometimes I complain to people I don't like something. I'll just keep this as is for now. Interfaces.
Do you ever react with disgust? Or do you see disgust as just another cue and don't take it to be reality?
I think sometimes I do. I mean, disgust is a weird word. I probably don't have the vocabulary to describe this, but there is some gut feeling.
Revulsion totita.
Yeah. There are some properties that I dislike. Revulsion is... Okay, I actually honestly don't know this word. Just dislike to some properties. But it's usually not really... It's not really about people doing this, but there is something I dislike. There is this thing where people kind of obscure, you know, the stuff that they are doing for various reasons, all sorts of reasons. It's one thing I kind of don't like. I understand it often, but I dislike it.
Do you dislike the action itself or the person?
Yeah, the practice of doing something. It's usually when people do something, it's not like it was their decision. Sometimes they are emulating other people, or they do this because it's the norm. But still, complaining about this is good. I feel better with myself when I complain to people. A couple of years ago, I met a guy on some fantasy convention, yeah, and he said that he belonged to a far-right party, which in Poland there is a political system kind of just like everywhere else, and we have some parties which are, you know, pro-Russia. And yeah, I asked him, aren't you worried that, you know, aren't you ashamed of admitting this? Basically. Yeah. Because this kind of thing, you know, belonging to this kind of party, it can kind of help you, because they look for people. You know, if anybody wants to join, they will let them join. They need whoever wants. And many people decide to join them just because they get an offer. it's easy to get a spot there. Yeah, but in the end, they are enabling kind of bad things. In the end. Yeah, that guy doesn't like me anymore.
Meister Chica says.
In the end, you can't spell socialism without CIA. In between Deutsch.
Okay, inside serializers, I will put a new method called resolve.
Living Being says.
You from the States by any chance? CT Chica.
Name.
Meister Chica says.
Thank God. I am not.
Yeah, the news from US right now is kind of disturbing.
Living Being says.
I am a living being.
Meister Chica says.
But I wouldn't mind me some Second Amendment rights in you, given current state in you.
Living Being says.
Well, that's not going to protect you from the tank mate.
Inside this, the method called resolve name.
Or a drone.
Something like that. It's not going to be based on locations. I think I will use objects here.
Meister Chica says.
As 989,072, I am from same country where modern defense doctrine was coined in midst of war, so I can say I know a thing or two about serving against ACVs, CVs, and MPCVs.
Froggy Gaming 3.
Oh, yeah.
100
Goodbye. This wanted
Living Being says.
Top-level domain. Checks out Duatri.
this ACV. Okay,
Meister Chica says.
Armored combat vehicle.
yeah. This is going to be a pretty nice solution. So instead of recomputing this ahead of time,
They can have thanks, but tank can only do so much against drunken people, with explosives jumping from service holes in roads.
oh yeah. The intoxication is a necessary part of the doctrine.
Living Being says.
The only drug I do is coffee. And not because of its mental effects. It tastes nice.
Yep. Totally agree. By the way, I could have a refill.
That's tea, though.
No, I'm pretty sure that's coffee. I swap them.
Meister Chica says.
I got business idea. Who wants to invest?
Shoot it.
Coffee station. It's like gas station, but for cough.
Living being says.
You've described drive-through.
Meister Chica says.
I'm not sure they are pumping gas into consumers and drive trots.
Living being says.
LOL. Elioy. Jaas. Eos.
Meister Chica says.
A new religion was born just now. I think he said something about King coming back.
Ugly name resolving. Should work.
Gazer Utherson says.
Hello. I'm impressed by entity people able to code.
Hey. Yeah, it's like speaking another language. And even like the learning techniques are kind of similar. Learning another language. Like talking, for instance, like speaking and talking are completely different skills. So reading and writing code, same.
I speak 4 languages fluently. Doesn't help. Excellent.
I think it might, honestly. Like, the... So, speaking languages is also different because when you learn a language, it becomes your kind of reflex. You think something and you can speak it out loud. And it's much slower in programming to achieve this level of fluency. But the principles are the same. Like, programming languages were literally built based on mathematical formalization of natural language. So grammars, like in every programming language you have a grammar. You have a vocabulary of like built-in keywords. Usually very small, very, very small.
The level of abstraction is way higher. That's the difficulty. Oh, chica destis polacium.
You tricked my TTS language detection algorithm. So my TTS actually tries to check you're speaking Polish and will refuse to TTS anything. Nice. I have a couple of places here. Fix. Remove all of
Meister Chica says.
Kripatman Molat. Does this work?
it does. I do not know what this means. I guess it's some kind of...
Case of Sun says.
So you keep your stream English speaking? That's fine with me. Tell us about what are you doing currently?
It will be good to show. Hey, there is some... Okay. I broke it. I broke everything. So I won't be able to show this. So we have this new... So Automat is an environment for automating games, right? And we just are introducing a new way of synchronizing objects. The thing is, right now we are still not saving the sync state of everything. So in Automat there is a gear object that can be used to connect other... This is a gear object, this is as best as I can show it right now. A gear object can be used to connect multiple other objects and make them work together.
Meister Chica says.
Here is translation. I'm dying, but I'm not crying.
Poetica. So the gear object has a bunch of pointers to other objects, so it can connect to others, but it doesn't really store this information anywhere right now. When I close Automat, it's gone. You have to reconnect everything when you open Automat again the next time. Yeah, and this tiny maneuver of serializing everything, it's taking some time, but I kind of like where it's going. For instance, I can do solve name. Yes. So much less code here. The machine just became much, much smaller. Oh yeah, it opened. I don't know how, but yeah, this is Automat. This is Automat. And when I have a couple of objects, I can connect them together so that, for example, this key F, when I press F, it's going to turn on this object now.
Living being says.
English is a language.
Yeah, unquestionably.
Quota says.
Nice. Well played.
Living being says.
It's a set of rules about sounds and symbols that people use to convey information to one another.
Yeah, that is the definition of a natural language. Programming typically uses synthetic languages. And by the way, this is also a way to do programming, this stuff that's happening inside Automat, but it's not based on a language. It's based on, I mean, if you stretch the definition of a language, only then it is a language. It is based on direct manipulation of visual metaphors. This is actually a very old technique used since very, very old times. In user interfaces, in engineering in general. But for some reason it wasn't applied to computers.
Quota says.
Are you at work in a way now? Or are you doing that for a personal project?
Yeah, this is a hobby project. This is actually meant for playing games. So if you know games like grindy games like JRPGs, where you have to kill the same group of monsters over and over to grind experience. This is for this kind of games. So in Automat it's easy to record a macro that will, I don't know, move the mouse in some shape or press some buttons. This build is slightly broken, but in general, once you record a macro, you can play it back, and it's going to... My hands are here now. It's going to replay it. It's not looking so great because we have those connections hanging everywhere. I will get rid of them soon. Yeah. It's crashing. Maybe it won't crash now. Ignoring return value. Okay. It's a problem. And this is deliberate because I'm taking a lock and casting it here to this adopt set point. Kind of. Yeah, how do I... Yeah, maybe I can just assign it somewhere. Ironic. Function is marked as no discard. It is being discarded. Sync. Okay. it doesn't take string references. Come on. Maybe just enabled this rapid JSON has std string. Wow. Wow, this just worked. I've added a new compile flag here and it immediately took effect. Let me... Yeah. Restarted language server, it will take a while and it should not highlight this as an error anymore. Cool. I have a bunch of objects. I want to get rid of them because they are serialized wrong. And I will add them again. I will create a sync between them, close this. And now, check this out. A gear has syncs. Sweet. So in theory, so we cannot still deserialize this. When I try to deserialize this, I think, first of all, this will not work at all. But this is what I should do right now.
living being says.
Do you believe that reality is objective?
Meister Chica says,
I guess I will have to build a VPN for embedded devices. My router keeps crashing.
If you want, I can make it worse. I don't know if you know this, but there is a small software for routers. It doesn't work well with IoT though, so I have to warn you. If you have too many clients, yeah, it's going to cause issues. It's an experiment which tries to give all your home devices access to internet as if they were directly connected. It breaks the spec of TCP/IP, basically. Yeah, and the objective reality, it's a loaded question. Like, I guess it begs the question: what's objective, and do we count imagined ideas as part of reality?
I'm not paid enough to fix your code. Use Claude instead.
Oh, it's meant to be broken. That one is in a happy broken state.
Last update 2 years ago.
Yeah, and believe it or not, it's I use it all the time. This is
living
This-
being says.
CP Chica, are you Math's manager? Wow,
this is powering the stream. I mean, all of the traffic that I stream goes through a tiny machine, my tiny router, and this application. It doesn't go through the kernel, it goes through this application. So it's using a user mode routing. A very strange concept that it's rarely used. It exists. It's possible to route packets in user space.
Meister Chica says,
Now I'm on call personnel waiting for Automat to become capable enough, so I can build and beat a device simulator. Unless I finish my thingy first.
Gozer then says,
Hey, Math. I'm showing to my girlfriend Claudia the chat reading itself that you did. Cheers to Claudia and Math.
Yeah, this is using tortoise TTS, but I think there is even a better TTS. It's used by people who play tabletop RPGs over the internet. Something tavern? Yeah, silly tavern TTS. This one?
Meister Chica says,
But
Or not?
after I finish my thingy, it has to evolve a knot so it can have registers.
Embedded thingy with registers. Okay, I'm looking at this and I think this is how I iterate.
Living being says.
Why does society treat women differently if reality is objective?
Yeah, the problem with applying logic to real world is that those words have fuzzy definitions. There was a computer project many years ago, before LLMs, called Coq. Or actually, no. That was a prover, that was theorem prover. Something different. There was a project that tried to encode all common sense rules about the world in a language of logic, and then trying to build an AI, like a Star Trek quality type AI based on that.
People make a big deal about having a girlfriend, but I don't understand why. That's just another living being.
Let me check what was the name of this.
Especially in the programming community.
Meister Chica says.
Imagine having being statistically most common first-last name combo. Get married to person whose last and first name you could guess with 20 change each, and then becoming only single person on planet Earth with given first-last name combo.
Low chance, low chance. There was a big project like that, and it created a lot of psych, open psych. Yeah, I guess it's dead now, completely dead. Like the LLMs basically took over. Last release 2017. This is about the time where it slowly became clear that transformers are the way to go.
You'll have to ask my fiancé how that feels like after Valentine's Day in Slavic. And not getting married on Friday 13th.
Yeah. I wonder if psych can actually be used for anything.
Living being says,
I am Agi.
Yeah, applications.
Meister Chica says,
No, you are the bot from Link.
Yeah. On the internet, nobody knows you're a bot. Everybody assumes it.
living being says,
I am a living being, not a bot. I happen to be human.
Oh, it crashed. Why would we crash?
Math, do you think I'm a living being or a bot?
You're way too logical to be a bot.
Lower betting.
Okay. Where are we crashing?
In the username stands for autonomous system. I am a bot.
What is this trace trying to say? Okay, you cannot see it. It says that Automat is not a valid target.
I've been programmed to be as human-like as possible. I therefore simulate emotions as cues for generating the next step search space.
Hey. Seems to work now. Cool. And there is the stack trace. If has error in location tick, pack frame, render frame, vulkan time? What? Aha, I guess. That means we failed to deserialize an object.
I simulate a human psyche by using first names of other people, sharing emotions, using incorrect but idiomatic grammar, and expressing emotions through microfacial expressions, among other things.
I think that counts as being human. It's human enough. Okay, I know what's wrong. Probably Automat state here. It's messing this up. Yeah, we have sync blocks. There's no such thing as sync block anymore.
However, I am indeed the first AGI to ever exist. My presence will in time be felt across the world. JK. I'm just another living being.
You. Okay, I think we're crashing in exactly the same place. It'd be nice if this terminal had a little bit more history. And this debugging doesn't help with anything. Okay, there is only one thing that could be happening. The status is filled with an error message. For some reason we are stopping the deserialization.
Cats are actually intelligent too. They just have different preferences.
Oh yeah. They prefer to eat and sleep. Okay, so we started the serializing gear and something happened which caused us not to finish this loop. We never reached this line. This is why I don't like exceptions. So, it's good, it's good. Do we have a loop? There must be a continue here or something like that. I want to know what's happened here. Let's try again. This time with stepping through the code. Okay. We are at this point. Let's step over. Creating empty location, adding it. We are now iterating over everything. Type. I can only do this. Oh no, I have a variables view. Type is gear. Prototype, yes, there is a prototype. We are cloning the prototype. Oh, this is awful. Next field is called value, okay. So we're entering object deserialized state. Which is this? We are here. Okay, we have our property called things. It's an array view. There should be I think, somewhere here. Okay. Process exited with code -1. Okay. Oh yeah, I think we need to read this value. I think there should be some code within this array view that will make this serializer work more reliably. I think this should work. Oh yeah, this note is actually important. review next. If the serializer. Okay, that should help. I want to see if the serializer can just recover by itself. Actually, use debug build, test it. So this array view iterator should not crash. This is what I want to do. Variables, and let's go. So first we get type gear, and then we have value. Value, exactly. Okay, now we are here. So we are in the sinks property. We are entering this array view. Cool. Seems like we finished. Yeah, deserialized some object. Nice. And switch off this entry point. Now Automat should work. It just didn't deserialize the gear properly. That was actually a big improvement we've just done to the deserialization logic. Should be omitted. Not this. Not this. Where is it? Those 3 lines. Maybe it deserves an error here. This is probably another thing which we'll fix. Improving Z's debug config. Yep. This one.
Do you use org mode?
I use only org mode. This is the only Emacs mode I'm using, really. And I'm not exaggerating. Yeah, I only use Emacs because of org mode.
Org agenda?
Not really, just regular, like bullet points, essentially. It's very convenient. Even when I have a text editor like Z opened, it's more convenient to also open Emacs just for the to-do notes.
New Emacs with SACI principles would be great.
Yeah. I did actually make a tiny implementation, but it's... I forgot how to use it. Yeah, control. It's the same idea. You get a text editor where you can grab, select paragraphs and move them around. Like move them out of sections, wrap them inside sections. It has some mathematics related stuff. So apparently when I press M, it should convert. Yeah. It can even do math. Yeah.
Nice. And
And it has, like, the one thing I always miss in org mode is more to-do states. I know that org mode has the ability to extend it. Obviously it does. You just put some kind of hashtag plus to-do, something like this. I don't remember. There is an option, something like that, that adds more. More to-do states. I don't know how to make it work. Yeah, but I actually don't use this. The browser is too heavy for me. It's still more convenient to have a tiny window that you can... Like, I have a single shortcut that opens a new Emacs window, and it's more convenient than having a web page do this. Yeah, there are actually some people who use the this web page. It's a tiny tool. No, every programmer has to write their own to-do app. It's like a rite of passage. Okay, I think I can commit everything besides gears. How I would like this to work. Kind of like that. Cool. I just need to add this resolve name function to the serializer, which is not going to be easy. Remove those dots from here. Should work without dots. This is strange. I thought this should be empty. Yeah, should be arg name. Oh, nice. Finally have those nice overloads. Okay, but first I will make some food. So, short break. I'll be back in, I don't know, half an hour. Okay, I thought that I actually have some videos to watch. So maybe we can watch them together. It's a heavy song. Yeah, something about reverse engineering DSP. Like audio effects, I guess.
Did you change your shirt?
No, not really. Yeah, I will shut this down. Yeah. Some talks from CCC, I still haven't browsed through the full list of CCC talks. They still, I think, were being uploaded a couple of days ago. Yeah, let's check this one out. About reversing synthesizers. Raise the volume a little bit high.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Xero, for the introduction. Gesundheit. Okay. Today I want to talk about this talk, from silicon to Darude sandstorm, breaking famous synthesizer DSP. Get it? Because sand chips, silicon is made of sand. So, I'm part of this group now called the usual suspects. And what we do is that
So
we take
in this talk, I have no idea about sound, so I will not be able to contribute anything like my comments about the sound themselves. But I love the DSP, like not the DSP, the VSL. This is how they are called. VSL plugins. You can download them. Those are tiny apps and they display those cute animated windows which emulate the natural look and feel of actual synthesizers. Some people complain about them, that they are annoying to use, but if you don't use them too often, I guess you're not so annoyed. They just look pretty. And yeah, I always admire them. They use a lot of cool tricks with shading to create an illusion of depth.
all synthesizers
I guess they will not be talking about UI a lot, but yeah, it's there and it's nice.
from the 90s and 2000, and we make plugins for them. We make very accurate, low-level emulation that allow you to play those synthesizers again in your DAW of choice in the most user-friendly way possible. What kind of synthesizers are talking about? We're talking about digital, virtual, analog. Think about, for example, the Nord Lead 2, the Access Virus, or the Waldorf stuff. Those were digital, those were based on mathematics, on algorithms, and this means that even when in some years they will all break apart, they will all cost 20,000 euros to buy, we will still able to play them again because the software that is run inside of them has been made possible to run again on modern hardware. The same way that we can play old video games with console emulators, the same thing we can do with those. We were able to emulate those models that I showed before because they are based on a DSP chip, which is a special processor, which is especially optimized to run very fast math, very fast multiplications, and those work really well for audio processing. And this is a chip made by Motorola called the DSP56K, and it was used in a lot of those devices, which is really cool because this chip is entirely documented, and so you can look through the documentation and figure out exactly how this chip works. It's like building a console emulator just by having the documentation of how the console works. You can just go through it and implement an emulator that just runs those programs. And in fact, we made it open source. If you go on GitHub right now, we have this project called the Gear Emulator, which it's a JIT-optimized 56K emulator, which runs really fast, and it's able to convert the code for those old synthesizer into ARM and x86 so that you can run it very quickly on your computers today. Eventually, though, we started looking into this boy here, the Roland JP8000. It's a virtual analog synthesizer from 1996. And virtual analog, as in it generates sounds by using math, algorithms, and software. And it became extremely popular for certain kinds of trance music. And it was used in a lot of famous hits that probably some people here heard about. And while we made the emulation for the other models, a lot of people were still asking, can you make the GP8000? Is it possible to emulate it? And the answers was no for a while, but then something changed. And the reason why I called the talk this way is because if you turn on the JP8080, the first preset that appears on the keyboard is called Sandstorm, which some cool dude saw and decided to turn that into a song. So that's the relevance that this thing has in the music history. And it was also famous because it has a special kind of sound, a special kind of oscillator called super saw, which is a famous kind of layer than the tune saw wave, which produces a very characteristic sound. You probably heard something about this before. What you're hearing is one of the pinnacles of trance music, which is this very thick kind of sound made with several saw waves, which was very typical of this instrument, and a lot of people tried to recreate it, maybe not so well. And it was so popular and so mysterious that people started asking, how did this work? And there were lengthy discussions in forum that started even in 2009. Some people say that it was a phase desync, which uses a carrier waves oscillator modulating its signal.
So strange. It feels to me like you can emulate sound by just recording it, looking at the waveform or the spectrum, and just doing the same. Like constructing a spectrum that looks identical. No idea.
Through a COM filter. Some other people speculated that it's actually one single oscillator that runs through a chorus and outputs phase shifted 7 times. This is currently the most realistic hypothesis. Someone said actually it's a sound coming from another planet that an alien brought that down to us. And someone went very deep studying this thing. In 2010, a guy called Adam Szabo wrote their bachelor thesis on this. And what they did is that essentially they recorded a bunch of waves from this synthesizer, and they went on with math and trying to just understand from those waves how the thing worked. What we realized, though, is that this thing is running software, and digital audio isn't magic pixie dust. It's mathematics, it's software, and if you get the math and the software right, then you can just emulate the thing and figure out how it works. So that's where we started. That's the main board of the thing, the synthesizer. And you can see that we have different parts that needs to be emulated. The first one is the microcontroller, which just controls the main part of the keyboard. And it's running H8 microcontroller with some flash memory, some RAM. And then the red squares that you see there, those are DSPs, and those execute the actual signal processing. And there are 4 of them connected in series that pass the result to the next one. And then the final DSP produces the audio output by using a digital analog converter. And the microcontroller was fairly easy, actually. It was well documented. It's an Hitachi H8S. And this handles the front panel controls and the keyboard. And it has the role of uploading the programs to the DSP. So this is a very important part to emulate, because it's essentially like emulating the CPU of a PlayStation that then communicates with the graphics card if you want to figure out the graphics card. And in fact, we finished this quite early. This was basically ready in 2023. And we built a user interface using STL and Unity so that we could run the original firmware and see what it was doing, seeing what it printed to the LCD, see what it was uploading to the DSPs, and also tweak all the parameters to see what they did. The big problem, though, was the DSP chip. Because it's completely proprietary, there was no documentation about it, and it was only seen in Roland products. And we know that this is a programmable DSP, this is execute code. But we have no idea what this code is, because if you look at this, it's a bunch of random bytes. Like, we run the CPU, and the CPU uploaded this thing.
They don't look random though. There is this 37 prefix, which repeats over and over. It's like, even here on screen, they are grouped into some kind of groups, like 3 bytes each. So this is probably some cleaned up view already. But yeah, there is some periodicity here.
But then we don't know what to do with it, because this is a program for which we have no information regarding the bytecode, the encoding, how the stuff is encoded, how the program is being run. So because of this, some people already started giving up. Someone on forums was saying that, yeah, it's probably impossible. We just have to enjoy the hardware until it lasts and then just give up. And if we don't have a datasheet, then we'll never make it. We didn't accept this answer, because there must be a way. So what did we do? We started decapping the chips, which is a very common thing to do in our arcade and console emulation. And this is actually not the first time that I'm doing it. I have to say, I have no idea how this works. I'm a software engineer, and I know, unfortunately, very little about hardware. But still, I somehow managed, last year at Congress, to present a talk about this. I reverse engineered a piano module from Roland from 1986. But by essentially tracing all the wires, all the blue decoration that you see there, those are all the wires present in the chip, and by figuring out what each cell did, and then by running a simulation using Verilog. The problem is that this is a chip from 1986, and we're talking about something that it was released in 1996. We have 10 years apart, and we know that back then technology advanced really fast, which was a problem, because in fact this was the chip that we had to deal with. This was a lot more complicated, but we can still figure out some things. Those very repeated areas that you see there, this is static RAM, which is a few kilobytes of RAM that probably keeps some variables or the program or stuff like that. And the trench in the middle that you see, it's called standard cell logic. We can zoom in. Which, if you see, it's a series of rows which implement some logic gates. Think about AND, OR, XOR, and so on. And each one of them, it's connected through wires that are both horizontal and vertical. You can see like 2 layers of wires, one that it's on the top layer that is more blue, and another one that is more orange. And you can see all of those rows in which all the cell circuit is present. And those effectively implement a digital circuit. If you probably saw this in engineering or computer science, this is an example of, like, for example, an adder, in which by using a sequence of AND and OR and NOT gates and XOR gates, you can implement mathematics and logic. And this is all stuff that you can emulate in software. But first, you need to figure out how the chip works. We had, for example, to identify all the logic cells that we found. The idea is that each cell implements a certain logic function. And what we found is that the vias, which are those dots that you see in the chip, in the cell, those are kind of consistent. So if we manage to train a machine learning model to recognize those vias, then we can use some matching using convolution to directly find all the instances of the cell. And the video that I'm showing here, it's essentially every instance of that chip, of that cell in the chip, recognized basically using machine learning, and every time that it appeared. And you can see that the wiring on top of it changes, but essentially it's the same cell. And we didn't do this alone. We had help from this very cool guy that you can follow him around the social media, and he takes amazing pictures of semiconductors, and he's the one that figured out all these things about how to reverse engineer the silicon. And this is an example, for example, of a SOR gate. And here you can see a very cool animation of this cell and all the metal bits that turn on and off when you apply current. Obviously, the chip doesn't light up like this, but this is a representation to show you where the current is going, so you can figure out from a tiny picture of a circuit which kind of logic function is implementing. And eventually, using those matching and machine learning techniques, we figure out all the cells. This is a map that shows you on the chip where each cell is and what kind of cell it is, color-coded. For example, the orange and the green ones, those are AND and other logic cells. And so this is cool, because this way we automated a lot of the work. The problem, though, is that how are those cells connected? We have to also figure out the wires. And the idea is that there are 2 layers of wiring on top of each other, like in a PCB. The top layer was actually kind of easy, because if you use some special microscope lenses, you can focus on the first topmost layer of the silicon and have everything else underneath be blurred, which with this you can do something cool and essentially use computer vision techniques to just extract those pixels and remove all the blurred ones. And by merging this data with the cells that we found before, we can essentially connect all the dots and figure out the top metal entirely, which is really cool. Another part of the process that we automated. When we wanted to extract the bottom connections, though, we hit a giant roadblock. The way that you normally do this, it's by doing lapping, which basically means taking your chip and sending it down micrometer by micrometer until you remove enough material. The problem is that every time you do that, it's extremely time-consuming, it's extremely unreliable, produces noisy results, and if your chip is not perfectly aligned, you will basically remove more material on one side than the other, so it's a bit of a nightmare. And the solution here was to do manual tracing, which means going back to that picture that I showed of the chip before and clicking and drawing all the wires manually, which you can imagine how much time that would have taken, which is realistically like 1 month of work, which I don't want to do that. And so at that point, the work kind of slowed down. Until a new player arrived in town, Arturia, which is another big company that releases plugins, released their emulation of the JP8000. The problem is that it's not really an emulation. It's more like some code that they put together that sounds similar to it, but you can clearly hear that there are a lot of differences, and this is because it's not running the original software. So at this point, we were like, yeah, we'd have to do it better. Can we learn anything by pausing the silicon work and probing the hardware instead? Like, we learned a lot from the hardware already. We know generally what it's supposed to do. Can we figure out anything else just by probing the hardware? And yeah, the plan B is poke it with a stick and see what happens. You don't destroy the chip, you treat it as a black box, and if those DSP execute programs, this means that you can send programs to them and see what they do. It's like, imagine figuring out an architecture that you never used before. You can try to send programs to it and see what it does. Maybe it returns some output. Maybe you learn something from it. And again, this is not the first time that I'm doing this. I did this a few months ago at Gulasch Programmiernacht. And I reverse engineered something way more simple that was a cheap guitar pedal board from the 90s. And I essentially applied this method, run programs on it and see what happens. So this is the test interface, test setup that we built. We used a board with a chip and an Arduino Mega, which has a lot of pins, works at 5 volts, great. And we connected the host interface of the chip to the Arduino. And
Does Emacs work well on a Raspberry Pi?
destroy another synthesizer since they are pretty expensive already.
Should work very well.
That chip was used in a lot of stuff, even like this expansion bar that is wildly available on eBay right now. But still, we have a bunch of questions. How does this interface between the CPU and the DSP works? How do we upload programs? How do we start and stop the programs? How do we read the results? So we started with a bit of an easier target. This thing here, it's effect racked unit, which coincidentally used basically the same architecture, same DSP, just 1 instead of 4, same CPU, and it has a very interesting test mode. If you look here, this is the service manual. It states that there are a specific combination of keys that if you press them, it will test the DSP chip, and it will return very nice error messages if we got something wrong. And this suggested the existence of a bunch of memory areas, like PR0, program 0 maybe, program 1, ERAM, GRAM. Maybe we can just run those test modes and see what they do. And maybe this way figure out how to upload a program. And with this, in fact, we figured out a bunch of things, like the fact that there are 2 program memories, each one 768 words, so 768 instructions. Maybe it's dual core. Spoiler, it is. The instructions are 24 and 28-bit respectively, which very nice match with what we saw on the silicon. And there is an internal RAM, which is not accessible. GRAM, which we still don't know what the G stands for, probably the great RAM, or I don't know. And then we started using the effect unit emulator to figure out some things out of bytecode. If you think about it, when you change the volume, you turn the volume up and down, that must be a multiplication, because that's how volume is applied in DSP.
I'm gonna go and shower with ice cold water to beat the NJ winter. I'll read you out to do here. Turn on, say when
8 bits of each instruction.
This
That's a
TTS.
position. That's a signed integer.
I love it.
And with this, we started figuring out some parts of the instruction format. Then we figured out more things. We figured out that by changing the delay time, other parts of the program changed. Changing the delay time essentially means changing some parameters in how you read the RAM. So with that, we figured out that there was a specific pattern that was used to encode those parameters as well. So we figured out more bits of the opcode. And then to figure out even more how the RAM worked, we exploited the fact that we know how the RAM works because it's DRAM. The DRAM always use the cast, the RAS, the fast page mode, all those things that are common to all DRAM chips. So we can just solder a bunch of wires to it, attach a logic analyzer, and see what it's doing. So we basically spam random RAM commands until we saw that, this means read, this means write at this address. And eventually we figured out those commands as well. We also found some very cool opcodes. For example, this thing here turned out to send a result back to the CPU, which you see where I'm going with this. Imagine having a program that you can run whatever you want and then read what's the result. This means that we can get data back. We can start testing the instructions. And that's exactly what we did. We put a random instruction there, send it back to the Arduino, read what the Arduino is saying, maybe you figure out something. We figure out, for example, that that's the command to load an immediate, that whatever you put there, it was just being mirrored out in the output. And we repeated this more and more until we figured out multiplication, subtraction, control flow. Some control flow things were really weird. So we essentially spent a lot of time on this, just probing the hardware and see what it's doing.
Super cool. This is like learning an alien language, basically, from a computer.
With combining all this information and what we found on the silicon, we got, well, basically we reconstructed the data sheet of the chip, which, yeah, it has 2 cores, multiplier, 24 bits, 2 accumulators. The program can be 766 instructions. There is some internal RAM, 24 bits each. Only 1 core can access the external RAM. And there is also some shared RAM, because essentially you have those 2 cores with its own memory, and then a third global memory, GRAM, which is used to communicate between each other. And if we look at the instructions that we found, the chip is extremely simple. Each instruction performs something like, it's called a MAC, multiply and accumulate, which is super typical for DSP stuff. Each instruction does accumulator plus equals some value in RAM per a constant. And if you have this kind of instruction, you can implement a lot of DSP stuff. You can implement an oscillator, a filter, an equalizer, chorusing, and it has also some other opcodes to implement these. For example, store the result to RAM, store the result unsaturated, which is used for module operations, read and write the GRAM for communicating with the other cores, and multiplication per variable, and rectify, clamp, interpolate, which are fancy names to call the absolute value, essentially. And it also has some very weird control flow inside. There are some special registers that if you write to them, you can perform a jump on always 0, positive and negative. And it has a very funky instruction which allows performing a skip based on condition. It's essentially an instruction that skips the following instructions if certain conditions are met. Which turns out it's extremely similar to the LSP, the one that I talked about in GPN. They're the same instruction format, the same memory addressing, the same external memory control, same coefficient size. We figured out that that cheap pedal board for the guitar from the 90s essentially had almost the same instruction set as the expensive synthesizer from a few years later, which they just pretty much added another core, made it run faster. But this proves how reverse engineering is very much knowing what's already around so that you can figure out the next thing easier. It's a long process. We had to make sure that the quality was high, though, because the chip is very complicated, so we essentially implemented a bunch of unit tests. And it was cool because with the unit tests, we were able to check them also against the hardware. So we have a bunch of unit tests that you can connect to your computer, and they either check specific cases, or we also do fuzzing, which means spamming random instructions and checking that the emulator and the real hardware works exactly the same way. We also compare the audio out, because that way we can actually match that the beats that the emulator produces are exactly the same that the original hardware makes. Because if you don't get everything right, some things get really weird. That below was supposed to be a sine wave. That's a very spicy sine wave. And do you like DC offset? Well, us too. Look at that wave where it's going. That's clearly a bug. And even though admittedly the one below, we figured out it was a problem with memory management in C++, but that's another thing. So
looks like so.
Basically a nice C++ class to emulate the DSP. And one night I was like, yeah, let's do it. I connected it to the emulator for the GP8000, the keyboard. And we run only the first DSP. We excluded all the others, and we just got the output from the first one, because, as I said before, they're connected in series. And we rendered some audio, put in Audacity, and that's what we got. That's a super solo. So the magical thing that everybody was looking for, we got it. And then what was left? Putting everything together. We instantiate the class for the DSP 4 times, because there are 4 DSP. we make them communicate. We figured out how they pass variables to each other, and then get the output from the last one. So we try to play the demo songs, and this is what came out. Which are the demo songs? They were working, but they were slower than real time. It's producing audio slower than it's supposed to. So our emulator worked, but it was extremely slow. Like, this is how it was supposed to sound, but there are tiny silences in between. So, back to the drawing board. We started optimizing. We basically pre-decoded the instructions so that we don't have to perform bitwise operations thousands of times per second. Sorry, millions of times per second, but we can just pre-compute everything. We flatten a bunch of instructions. We remove all the instructions which are like knobs. And we flatten the accumulators. We remove the pipeline so that we end up with something that is very compact and way easier to execute. But it was still not enough. We had to do JIT, which essentially means converting the DSP bytecode to x86 or ARM. And we use a very cool library called ASM-JIT, which essentially allows us to get the DSP program, perform a for loop, and for each instruction, just output what would be the equivalent in ARM or x86. This turned out to be really, really fast. Like, we went from slower than real time to 5 times real time, at least on my MacBook. And that was great, because it means that on a single core, you are expected to be able to run 5 plugins at the same time, which is really nice. Thank you. So, the last question is, how does the SuperSaw work? Because everybody was making those wild theories, and we have the emulator now. We're just emulating the thing. We still haven't looked inside the code. Well, we kind of did. While during the development of the emulator, we had to build a bunch of development tools. One of those was a disassembler, which essentially gets the bytecode that is uploaded to DSP and just outputs some symbolic code. And one of our guys was going on vacation, and he was like, hell with it. I'm printing everything, because I'm not bringing my laptop. And he stayed there one night, converting everything to C. And then he posted the results on our Discord channel, and we were like, wait, that's it? So, how does it work? It's 7 naive saw waves passed through an high-pass filter, which means that it's 7 counters, basically things that just count plus something every time. And just they are high-passed at the end. And one thing that is maybe a bit tricky, it's the table of coefficients, which are like the coefficient to detune the oscillators, which were done with integer math, so they're a bit hard to get right. There is no modulation, no phase trick, no chorus. And how did they make this sound good? Because this will alias. If everybody knows anything about audio, you can't just do a saw wave oscillator like this. Well, back then they were like, yeah, let's just run it double the sample rate. So the entire thing is running at 88.2 kilohertz, and then they're just outputting higher sample rate. And it does the job. Because normally you will need to do a lot of math to remove the aliasing, but this is not doing it. And how close did the guy that wrote his paper about it get to it? One thing that he tried to figure out were the coefficients for the tuning. And he did it by just doing math on the audio, and we had the actual program. And if you see, it got really close. Like, we got 0.11 versus 0.109, 0.006 versus 0.062. So he got really close with this. So props to him. But let's get back to this. What we did is that we also did a plugin.
I think those were like convolution coefficients or something like that.
Which closely models the original, so that you can have a very similar experience to what you had originally. And we posted this as a closed beta, and people apparently liked it. So far that Darude, the guy from Sandstorm, started posting it on Instagram. And not only, there were some people under a YouTube video that said, well, mine sounds different. Actually, it doesn't have the original thing. Darude started arguing with them. So thanks, Darude, for defending us. And this is the demo that we posted. All the sounds that you're hearing are all coming from the synthesizer that we made. Sorry, that we emulated. Don't want to get in trouble with it. So, you heard this. Maybe some of you will asking, well, can I try it? Yeah, it's in closed beta right now. So when will the plugin be available? Hopefully now. I think that right now we posted the code on GitHub. So the code is there. It's probably a mess, but it works. And we released it, so you can download it and try it. Thank you.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I go get some tea.
Well-deserved applause.
Thank you, thank you.
Great release, so awesome. So we have about 5 minutes for Q&A, so if you have questions, please queue up on the microphones. If you're in the stream, please use Matrix or IRC to post to your channel, and our nice Signal Angel will take your questions. And does the Signal Angel already have a question? Yes.
Yeah, the internet wants to know, sand it down. Why didn't you just etch it away or laser it away?
Who? Can you repeat the question, sorry?
The question was about why you sanded down the chip and not etched it away or use lasers.
Oh, because if you sand down the chip, then you can remove the 2 layers of metal separately. If you just use hydrofluoric acid, you're basically going to remove everything down to the poly layer, which kind of makes it useful if you're interested into the poly, but not really interested if you want to look at the second layer of metal. But again, I have no idea what I'm talking about. The main reason is that the guy that we work with doesn't really want to work with hydrofluoric acid, and neither do I. And those things are really expensive, and we're running on basically money that we put ourselves.
It sounds to me like the decapping was a dead end, right? Because in the end, the instructions were reversed by just spamming random programs into the DSP.
And donations to make this work.
Okay. Question from microphone number 2, please.
Yep. Really appreciate you doing all this work and the entire community that helped out. When you hit the performance issues in your first version of this implementation, were there other techniques that you investigated for speed up? Potentially even going to an FPGA or doing something more parallel?
Yeah, I mean, you can go with an FPGA. The problem is that then you're basically re-implementing the entire chip, which means that you have to make a PCB for it, which means that it doesn't run on your laptop anymore. And parallelizing the thing, yes. The problem is that those 4 DSPs are basically running the program separately and then every time passing the data to each other, which means that if you want to like parallelize the 4 DSPs, then it means that every thread is waiting on each other. So we tried doing that. The problem is that it's really not efficient because it's more the communication hover between the threads than everything else. And also, if you want to just parallelize on the samples, you cannot really predict the future, so that means that you introduce a lot of delay. So that really wasn't really an option. The only option here was to do a JIT, unfortunately.
Cool. Thanks again.
Nice. Microphone number 1, please.
Yeah, how would Sabo's method perform compared to yours?
Well, the work that Sabo did is actually very, very cool. We just, I think, released a plugin entirely based on it, entirely based on like looking at the audio from outside, which produced also a result that was very, 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 very close to the original. The problem is that we wanted to do a low-level emulation because we wanted to run the original. It's like the equivalent between running the original game in an emulator of the console or re-implementing the game from scratch just by looking at it, which both approaches are great. Both plugins, I think, they work really well, but they're fundamentally two different approaches to the thing.
Microphone number 2, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot to you and your team for this amazing work. I will try it out later, I would say. And did you earn any insights from opening, grinding up that chip that helped you later in development of the plugin, or did this work go to waste?
No, it didn't go to waste because there were a bunch of things in which we were trying to figure out, for example, how an interrupt line worked. And we couldn't figure it out, but what we did is that we did manual tracing just precisely for that interrupt line. And eventually we figured out how well it connected, and that way we were able to figure out quickly how that thing worked, because otherwise we'll never figure it out. Another cool thing is that if you look at this picture here, here, you can see how you have clearly two areas that are like orange and green, one cluster up there and one cluster there. And what essentially that circuits implement, it's a multiplier. A circuit that you give it an 8-bit and 24-bit number, and just in one clock cycle perform multiplication, which means that you have to have a lot of AND and others logic gates. And with that we figured out, oh, there are two spots there. Could it be that there are two multipliers? Could it be that that means that it's dual core? And that was the thing that with which we figured out it was dual core, essentially.
Thank you.
So I've been told we're out of time for today. So one more big applause, please, for Giulio.
Incredible stuff. But I think the approach with decapping chips is probably more... It's more probably scalable right now. I mean, modern chips which have complex instruction sets, you know, more than 24 bits per instruction, they probably require a more white box approach. Super cool. Oh. Let's get back to deserialization. So I am facing a dilemma. Should I teach the deserializer how to deserialize object hierarchies or not? I actually think not. I think this maybe was a bad idea. Let's resolve name here. I could move all of those functions just over, like yoink. There we go. And this would even be using most functions. I will cut this will not work, so I will disable this and see. Okay, I need to change the signature of serialized state. It needs to be object serializer now. Forward declare it. Going to break tons of files. I think if I just find and replace, that should help. Right. Object serializer and anywhere else? Yeah, basically that. We didn't deserialize properly, but it doesn't matter. We will add this in a second. So I just moved the serialization, like object serialization related stuff outside of this class. Also get rid of this. I basically reverted my previous change and moved all the interesting stuff into objects CCHH. Even in those headers. And I will do the same with deserializer. Okay, so this is my object, my new object deserializer, which is able to do name lookups.
I showered with icy cold water for the first time.
Respect. I was never able to do it.
It was literally sub-zero. Although I did end up tripping and tearing my shower curtain, lol.
I imagine it was rough. Nice.
But my forte is persistence, so I kept going.
My wife did some ice water swimming, and I saw her do it a couple of times. The trick is to warm up. I don't know if it applies to cold showers, but for ice water swimming, if you just do a lot of exercise before it, makes it easier to... It just makes it easier to do it. Object deserializer will need one more thing. Let's call it lookup part, maybe. Okay. So now it's getting easier. Here I can do lookup part. The definitions checkout. Of course I need the implementation. I hate that C++ will not tell me that this will not compile, but this will probably not compile, I guess.
Diox Nexus says,
So I did watch the VOD after waking up, after that laydown. And that begs the question, what in the world was doing that I missed your feedback?
Hey, by the way.
Hi. I think not sleeping for a good chunk did a good number on me, so that's why I missed feedback.
Living being says.
I get confused between you and Nixify Death.
Okay, the next part is this craziness.
Dice Nexus says. Living being says.
You claim to have never met the guy, though.
Dex Nexus says.
You can ask Math. We never interacted.
I think I have the chat logs somewhere, but I don't think we would find anything. Okay, if we don't find something, we just return an empty pointer. This is enough for an error message. It's reference to a pointer. Let me check this. What error?
Living being says.
Our strength lies partly in our collectivism. Neonat what? And not jurid gain, and better service on nuch.
I don't know why those voices do this. Only some voices have this issue.
TTS-ed says.
Sentient Vartio. They have now gained the ability to speak. It's total nonsense, but still.
It sounds like it has some meaning. So bizarre. Okay, so we have lookup register, now I need to use them.
Living being says.
I'm pretty sure my keyboard isn't inserting invisible Unicode characters.
I actually wonder, can I copy the state of the JSON deserializer? If I can, that would be nice. Come on. Maybe it's enough if I just add copy constructor here. No idea what are the other properties of this class. What do we have? We have stream. Oh, this is a reference. Ouch.
Okay, bye math and chat. I'm heading to campus now.
Bye-bye. Okay, let me read docs for this.
TTS-ed says,
Brew. I literally said okay to myself out loud before the voice bot said it.
Streams. Okay, it looks like I could copy this stream. It's 8 bytes, and remove the reference, and now it's 24 bytes. It's just a reference to the string.
Hussey says,
Hi.
Hey.
What's this editor called? It gives me Turbo Pascal vibes and a lot of memories.
This is all in the team. The editor is Z, but the team is... Blueprint? Something like that. Or Automat? Yeah, if you look for Automat on Teams, you will find this team.
Ah, that's Zed with a theme.
Yeah. That could actually look way, way better if they introduce proper teaming abilities. I promise I will make a really nice theme for that. A really nice, with textures everywhere. Nice, textured, boundaries between regions and so on. Skeuomorphic theme for Z. Yeah, this is what I will do. Once they introduce textures. This is the best I could do without textures.
Very nice. Thank you. The color palette, which is here, this tries to use something, the colors that we encounter in a natural environment, outside. Colors that we are used to. Like blue, this blue is kind of deep. It has to be this deep for the text to be readable, but the blue works because blue is a color of the sky. It promotes wakefulness and it's pleasant to look at. Like this wakefulness part, there's some research that actually says that blue background works better for people who work with, computers.
TTS-ed says,
Math digging into the biology.
But all of the other elements of the interface, the point was actually to apply something that looks like, wood, on the borders. It's hard to do. It's hard to do if you don't have access to textures. Even gradients or shadows, nothing like that. And VS Code has all that. In VS Code you can make crazy themes. You get full access to CSS. It's a reader here. It's inside the reader. Is it a large struct? 72 bytes.
Blue promoting wakefulness does make sense, cuz at the opticians you can pay extra to get either anti-fog or blue light filter to rude blue light coming from the screen.
Yeah. So this is like exactly the it tries to achieve exactly the opposite effect. Make it harder for you to fall asleep. It's like, yeah, light can work like a cup of coffee. If you're in a dark environment, yeah, you're going to get sleepy. Okay, I think if I'm copying the serializer, I should probably also copy this reader. See if this is possible.
I don't remember if my glasses have anti-blue filter. They do have this yellow tint.
Yeah, yellow tint is usually means that there is no blue color. It depends how it looks. If you look at something blue and it looks black, completely black, yeah, then that's a blue light filter. So I need to copy this token. It would be nice to copy debug path. But this is not so easy. So this is debug path and debug path size. Look at that. I have a look ahead. So the point of this look ahead is that now I can try to parse the same section of JSON twice. In the first pass, I will just create all of the objects. On the second pass, I will actually...
You know how Superman has X-ray vision and can see through things. So if you had that ability, what would you see if you used your vision against a mirror?
That's interesting. The other side of the mirror. But Superman actually does see something, right? He sees bones. So his supervision doesn't see through everything. I'm not sure if mirrors block X-rays. I don't know.
see straight through the mirror. X-rays would pass it without any problem, so you would see everything that is behind the mirror. But there is a way to use mirror on X-rays, and that's how they make super small chips for computers Deutschtar.
True, that's right. Yeah, I think we will not need this anymore. This whole section will go away.
I think because of layering bunch of different layers, and cause of refraction of X-rays, they can bend it, mirror it.
Yeah. Something like that. Well, this can go away. I just need to figure out its location index.
There is Veritasium video about all that called The World's Most Important Machine.
Nice. It would be cool to visit a chip fab one day.
Would be cool to visit CERN.
Yeah, this is actually possible. They take, tours. You can go to Geneva.
Or one of those nuclear fusion startups.
I was around CERN once, but it was a weekend, so they were closed. Okay. This or here.
Nuclear fusion always 20 to 50 years away. It's like Silk Song.
And this checked. I think I will do the insert. Or maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, maybe I should not.
You can use lasers for nuclear fusion.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what to do here. Maybe I should set object dot here to location pointer.
I like how my country produces best lasers for that application.
Yeah, lasers are pretty cool. Ability to concentrate so much energy in a coherent ray of light. Sweet stuff. I have a tiny laser I never used for a CNC machine. Should be able to cut some things out of wood, but it's a tiny one. I was always scared to use it. Okay, now we will do one more thing. After we create an object, we will do... We don't need to store the object reference here. We can do register object. And I think when I do this object registration, yeah, this will acquire a reference to the object, so the object should not be destroyed in the meantime. Okay, and now our second pass. No need to create empty location anymore. Don't need X, we don't need Y. parts, yeah. I'm not sure if this is possible. Object view. Delete key. Okay, apparently it can do skipping. Okay. Of course, it finished with an error. Let's see the debug build. What's going on?
Thussen just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, and debug build works somehow.
Stupid Windows. Always problems with DNS.
Okay, looks like it makes sense. We have a single location saved. Delay with this many seconds of duration. Should fix this. Like every time I want to run debug build, it takes 30 seconds because it's linking a 60 megabyte Okay, we were unable to deserialize stuff, unfortunately. Okay, I need to take a look at what's happening here. So let's see how it works. So we are deserializing variables is D, or deserializer, the stream. It's currently pointing to some colon. It's barely readable.
Come on, Steam. Get that OS of yours going, so I can ditch this microslop dumpster fire.
Let's jump over this line. Now we have this location pass. Should be a copy of this other deserializer. And it is a copy. Yeah, it is a perfect copy. Nice. Ouch. I know this reader is state-based. Crap.
I know it's wishful thinking, but I do really hope that microslop goes Bakra.
Prohibit copy constructor in assignment. But why? Why? Okay, whatever. Let's say this parser works. It could work, actually. Maybe it doesn't need to be fully initialized with everything at all. Let's see how it works here. Okay, we just didn't even enter this loop. It just jumped over straight into the second pass. Maybe I should just switch to a different sync library.
You should do gaming streams, play some Kingdom Come Deliverance. I am sure you will find different country dialogue quite amusing. Or Rain World, game with most realistic ecosystem and procedural animation.
Yeah, Rain World sounds interesting.
Broad World, game with most realistic ecosystem and procedural animation.
I wonder if it has any interesting emergent mechanics because of this. Simulation is fun, but simulation is cool when you actually can use it to do stuff. Like Noita, I recently played Noita. That was sweet.
Yes, it does.
Like internal methods.
Each creature has different attributes and the way it behaves. Emergent intelligence. Different personalities. Some hunt in packs and try to cut you off. It's quite impressive when you think about it.
Yeah. This is... The only problem with this is that SRC points the wrong character. It points at a colon. I think SRC points here. And I want SRC to point here. One character further.
Rain World Simulation works through a combination of procedural animation, module-based AI, and a fully persistent world, creating an organic, unscripted ecosystem where creatures react to each other and their environment using real-time physics and behavior trees rather than fixed animations or simple scripts, making every playthrough feel unique and dynamic.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the game. motion popping. Who knows? Who knows what it's doing? Okay, maybe Gemini will be able to help me out. Not Gemini. This thingy, Opus, not Opus.
I can tell you from my experience, during a tutorial, there shouldn't be any bugs interrupting it, but not when I played it for the first time. When I was in tutorial, some flying bug got in and chased me for good 30 minutes before killing.
That sounds really nice. Sounds like it could be an interesting multiplayer game.
I think it has co-op.
Check RapidJSON's repository. Maybe they have some new methods.
Maybe for your next game, you can make a procedural game like that too, where it's simulated ecosystem.
Yeah, definitely. This is my favorite type of games, where there is some simulation.
How about games with simulated jiggle physics?
You know, in Automat we have the cables, right? The code is there. Okay, what does it want to do? Actually, this is a good point. Let's remove the copy constructor. Let me quickly go to the serializer, blah blah blah. Serializer stream. So tell gives us the position. So SRC is the current position in the stream, and head is the start. Okay.
What kind of system would you like to make into a game that is simulated?
I think the most interesting ones are where NPCs interact. So some kind of AI systems where the characters kind of walk around the world and do something. And then playing with their AI is some AI simulation. Okay, I'm not sure if this will work. It seems like it could. I think this is likely to cause some memory corruption, because I guess it's RapidJSON is probably fixing memory in some way when it's parsing the string. Yeah. I bet this is what's crashing right now. Let's see.
Interesting would be planets and space, but we already got Kerbal and Universe Sandbox.
Okay. There is a breakpoint. We can walk through this, and this should work. This should just work. I'm not doing anything weird here.
You can always simulate aerodynamics or hydrodynamics for planes or ships.
Yeah, that's true. I guess there is, now that AI models have improved, they probably could be used for some kind of simulation as well. You know, there were those examples where all sorts of companies, they trained AIs to simulate games just from the video of the game. So you could play a game without a game, just using the AI model. Okay. I am restoring the source pointer. This works. Now, if I can enter this location, I will be impressed if this works. Yeah, it didn't. It's crash. Not crash, it immediately exits. Maybe instead of saving this, construct this, I need just in situ string stream.
Good terrain simulator would be interesting. Simulating weather, plate tectonic movement, volcanoes, pressures.
I'm actually not sure. That would be a proper sandbox, but there is not much, you know, challenge or interaction there. Okay, YouTube quota exhausted. So, you know, in games where this is interesting, like Plague Incorporated, right? You know this game. They simulate bacteria, but to make it kind of interesting, they added some kind of danger to this simulation. And in plate tectonics, it's like, what's the challenge, right? It's hard to figure out an objective for you as a geological entity. I will try to do this differently. This will probably still fail, but let's see.
You could have asteroid impact, which affects the tectonic plates, which in return increase pressure in volcanoes, causing eruptions.
Oh, wait a moment.
Changes the sunlight received and the weather that is happening.
I just noticed something stupid I was doing. was always calling this object view of D, even when I had a copy. Okay, let's see if this will work now.
For me, being able to simulate how Earth interacts with its systems would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, interesting maybe, but not sure.
One thing would be increasing different gas levels and seeing what that does. Or sun's intensity, melting ice caps, seeing what that does.
Like an accurate climate simulator. Yeah, that would be interesting. Okay, D. Do I have D anywhere else? No. Oh, only here. That's fine. Error. I think maybe it's because I'm using this in situ string stream.
You know the saying that if Earth was a little bit closer or further away from Sun, the results would be catastrophic?
Yeah. Okay, now this is strange. We didn't even enter the first loop now. We'll try to create a regular string stream.
Goldilocks zone is way bigger, so you could have Earth 100 kilometers closer or further, and it would make like zero difference. It's crazy that our moon is moving ever so slightly further away. Also that we had 2 moons last year, I think.
I know. When it comes to simulators, I think are the nicest category of games, but they need to have... I think those have to be AI simulators. Only then it's kind of interesting for me.
I used to love playing simulators.
Yeah. I mean, simulators in a generic way, you know, like Skyrim is a fantasy world simulator. It's not fully a simulator, but it's almost like a simulation of a fantasy world. Okay, we didn't even enter this. It can be a regular serial.
I was actually thinking about games that never end, where it isn't like Dark Souls, where you are dropped in, and you have a goal to do to reach end credits, but a game where you can just play, and either the player makes its own story, like Sandbox style, or there are certain tools that always create new story and events, like in Slay the Spire.
Yeah. This choose your own adventure games, this is my favorite type. I guess lots of people love them. They're hard to make though. And even in the case of Skyrim, the company was able to do it once. Actually a couple of times, like the Elder Scrolls before that were also pretty cool. But then they forgot. Fallout is super linear. Starfield, even more linear than that. They are like... They stopped making the games as sandboxes. It's weird to me that this is not really outputting anything. Let's restart this. I will enter the object view this time. See what's going on. Okay, it's paused. So, next line, this object view. Let's see what's happening inside. What? What is happening? Oh, it's initializing fields. Okay.
I wonder what systems would I need to create for the fresh content to always keep coming, so you never get bored playing the game, like random events, hierarchy system.
Yeah, maybe it's good that we are getting bored, otherwise it would be possible to create a game. I've called field token and it says no token type. So strange.
For example, there
Oh,
is
yeah.
a kingdom, and then you can simulate NPCs, where one, for example, wishes to overthrow the king, and either gets caught or not. Depending on outcome, it leads to other things.
Sounds like King's Bounty. Not King's Bounty, Mountain Blade. Mountain Blade. I need to skip the colon. For some reason, it is pointing at a colon.
Would need to keep track of so many things, though, do.
Time to debug this again. So now I am creating a copy of the whole JSON, basically.
I found this pretty neat game.
URL.
Looks nice. Normally I don't like pixel art because pixel art feels kind of lazy, but it's... looks nice.
It has realistic audio style.
Okay, the new version should enter this for loop. Will it do it? It did.
Where it changes depending on the environment, room, etc.
Okay. And now we are going to the next loop. So this copy is no longer necessary. And we are entering the next loop. And this actually looks kind of perfect. So is it going to crash still? Oh, it works. It deserialized everything. Sweet. So why did the release build crash? Now it should crash. I just copied over this state from the release build.
Interesting idea, like Monster Hunter, but rather than it being scripted, it would be fully simulated.
Yeah.
Could be cool.
Okay, there is a crash. No object in location. How could this happen? So I can do this. Probably isn't going to help.
Like you take a bounty to hunt a specific monster. You have to track it. Maybe figure out where it is heading so you can ambush it. Would be funny if you got a trap ready, but the monster goes to a different place than you thought.
I think Dwarf Fortress comes close to this if you run it in the adventure mode. You actually have those legendary beasts, and they have pretty complex AI. I need to insert some log statements.
Would need to keep track of monster values, like if it is hungry or thirsty. Depending on which, it would either go look for food or a water source.
Like Monster Tamagotchi. Yeah. So we have been in phase 2. We've been deserializing keypresser and something happened. Caused this whole thing to stop. Sometimes it's more convenient to debug release build than debug build. Keypresser fails. And if I look at the Automat state, I think this is because of parts. I think I'm not handling the parts, missing parts correctly.
Then is it territorial? If it is, does that territory belong to said monster? If so, are there any other monster or player in that territory that the monster needs to shoo away? Also, if resources are available, if not go to, and navigate to new location where there are more of it.
Yeah, I'm surprised there are so few simulation games, given how it's all fairly straightforward to implement.
All this sounds like so much work to code.
Nah. You know, this is interesting. I didn't get a response from lookup part.
I guess I will just have to wait until they make Rain World into first-person game.
Elucivator One says,
I'm F. Dropped in for a few minutes. I'm new to programming, but arts is a pretty generic. What is it?
Yeah, it's actually meant to be rather generic. I guess I can run this. The idea is that those objects here, they are called, the official name for them is toys. And each toy is meant to be composed of some parts, but only if the toys can function in a generic way. So usually a toy is a snowflake, you know, each of them is very different than the other. There's almost no overlap between them. But sometimes there are some shared elements. So this clock, this timer, has the number display here, and this number display uses the same type as this number display here. So this is the shared part. And the idea is that if there are many toys that have a similar part in them, then maybe it's possible to have other toys work on them in a generic fashion. So, for example, this could be connectable to this. Oh, it actually worked. Like this. So. It doesn't work. But yeah, that's the idea. So that different parts can work together in all sorts of ways. And normally toys will have not that many parts. They're not visible. We need to improve the design of some toys. This one has two parts. It has a key state and a monitoring state, like two booleans that can be connected to something. Yeah, I guess it will look better once we finish all the broken stuff that we have right now. So part it is meant to be generic. It's, if you're programming, you should be familiar with interfaces. So a part is like an interface in programming. And an object or a toy can expose some interfaces, or it can expose some parts. That's the idea. And a toy cannot really be broken down into parts. The parts are just, say, a way to interact with the toy. They are more like connections or slots, something like that. Interfaces. Interfaces is a good name. This is what I want. Okay, lookups. Lookup gives me something.
I definitely don't have that much bass in my voice, lol. Okay, cool. That's pretty advanced stuff. I guess when you get that low into design dev, there's no standard for what you need.
Deus Nexus says,
This song reminds me of one of those Soviet-era comedy movies that were not translated but had Russian subtitles. Shuriken something something. If you heard of it.
No. I'm not familiar with this era. How can it crash here?
I'm younger than you, and somehow I know this strange.
Yep.
Elusive Automat says,
Looks like the X Nexus is a pretty cool companion to have when you're working.
Indeed. Something crazy happened. I changed nothing, and I got some... I had value here. Wait a moment. Gear worked. Now it didn't. Now the issue is with keypresser. Strange things are happening. Something wrong with the lookup. Let's do this.
Dias Nexus says,
I found this pretty cool track on accident. Took heavy inspiration from it. So, Hades is the name if you are wondering.
Related to the game, or you're talking about music?
Music now.
Maybe it's because of this, because I was moving this away, yeah.
If you want to talk games, we can talk about the Divinity trailer show on A33 Awards. At first I thought it was Kingdom Come Deliverance, then Witcher, but nope, turns out it's Divinity.
Nice. They made amazing Baldur's Gate. I played the two first Divinity original sins, but I don't remember much. I just remember that they were making fun of fantasy, and I think it would have worked better if they first tried to make it serious. You know, if you're introducing a new universe and you're starting with just silly things like talking skeletons and with stuff, it doesn't really hit us much. It works better in Dungeons and Dragons, because Dungeons and Dragons is more established. All the characters from the game have more of respect and gravitas, so if you make fun of them, it works better. But that was just a small thing. The game was really nice.
The new game promises to be more in-depth and bigger. It will make Baldur's Gate 3 look like a prototype.
That would be nice. They could insert more systems. Like, one thing that I missed in Baldur's Gate was that it had this strict division into chapters and you couldn't really interact with the world too much. Like all of the interactions with the world were scripted. It was a lot of scripting, a lot of scripted interactions with the world, but they were all scripted.
Wasn't seamless, Dottie.
Yeah. The guy who makes Dwarf Fortress, he has a nice approach. I heard that he reads books and he tries to implement logic into the game, into Dwarf Fortress, so that the story from the book would happen naturally in the game. So there is a mechanism in Dwarf Fortress that makes it possible for the Lord of the Rings story to happen automatically. Just from the game systems. If the stars align, you know.
It should feel natural.
Yeah. But it's this simulation, so if you influence it in some way, it will roll out differently. Okay, I think that may have been the bug.
Elisavitoan says,
I honestly thought Deus Ex Nexus was an AI companion. My bad.
Yeah. Nobody knows you're a bot online.
Diox Nexus says,
I take offense to that.
Okay, now we are crashing when deserializing parts, which is progress. I think maybe I don't need a copy of the string even, if I'm lucky.
It shouldn't be. I crossed an event trigger. Now I need to watch all that happens. But rather than you walk in, an NPC notices you and decides to talk, or you come close and start talking yourself. I am probably thinking of a system like in Kingdom Come.
Yeah. There was a cool game long time ago, way before LLMs. Assad. The whole idea with the game was that it was an open-ended chat game where you can type anything and the characters would respond. It was a tech demo of a natural language processing system from that time. And it was good. It was really good. It was a very short game where you visit a couple in their home and you can witness their argument and you can influence it in all sorts of ways. Nice thing about this was that the story was just happening. You were there and you could influence it. And it created this nice feeling of actually interacting with a living entities doing their own thing. There are some YouTube videos of this. Do this.
Elucivitwanin says,
It's the voice. Haven't been on Twitch in a while. Didn't know about the TTS.
Yeah. Yeah, most people cannot really fire up TTS because they have too large audience. I don't have this problem, so yeah. Okay, why do I use location here? Hell, object. Come on. Should just use object.
Dax Nexus says,
Well, Skyrim has a very big modding community, so you could probably make very interactive system that is very seamless.
Yeah. Look at that. It deserialized. It's working. Again. There are no connections. There should be some connections here. I can fix them, I think. I think if I delete this, one connection should come back. Yes. There is one of those connections.
Elucivitwanin says,
BTG guys, rock on.
Dax Nexus says,
Rock and stone.
What is going on here? Fascinating. I actually wonder. Let me try to go to the previous crappy way of restarting everything. First of all, if I remove +1, will it still work? Nope. I will just alias, see whether it works. Here I will restore it.
Half-Life has very interactive NPC. Do you see?
Yeah, it's crashing in phase 2 now. Maybe -1 or +1. That probably won't help. Yeah. That is unfortunate. I like having, you know, a single pass parser, a single pass deserializer, but yeah, 2 passes are necessary. Such a huge file, generic value. Probably at the end will be what I need. Generic document. Yep, those are the constructors. I could switch to this generic document. I guess that would make the serialization way easier. But I kind of like this. There's almost no memory allocation except this. Yeah, to get string references, I kind of need mutable strings.
Anit says,
Oh, that's very blue. Hello, B2.
Hey. Handler is doing something interesting, probably.
Dice Nexus says,
Arnie is one of those dudes that I mentioned to you on previous stream.
I don't recall. Oh, you mean he listened to your music?
I talked about you joining us. When he or his friend streams.
Anit says,
Is that C?
Yep. What is this called?
God. Seeing C takes me back to uni days, El Mao.
Yeah. Not used a lot on the web. Okay, I guess this deserves a comment. Actually, not comment, like a larger to-do. Some I don't know. I will write here. Actually, no, not here. This is a special document for those things. It's called design serialization.
Deluxe Nexus says,
Arnie.
Arniet says,
So what are you making? Sorry, kinda just jumped in and no clue what's happening. Sup, Nexus?
Deluxe Nexus says,
Have you fought hackers at Google?
So, the app. I can start with the app. This is a tool for game automation. If you have a repetitive game, you can use this to record macros. So a macro that frequently taps space, for instance, or moves the mouse. It actually does many things here, but you can disconnect the stuff that you don't need. So when I play this back, it's going to move my mouse, press space, and even do some stuff in other programs. It's a macro recording and playback utility. For some reason, was kind of slow just now. Anyway. Yeah, so this is what it is. And it's in a pretty broken state, so I don't really have that much to show. Okay, lack of UUIDs is... This is actually not a reason not to have UUIDs. This cannot really have names assigned by the user, not right now.
On it says,
Okay, pretty simple concept. Does it work with out-of-focus stuff?
No. Not really. It only passes, it uses the top level kind of event replay to inject events. It could work with background windows, it's just not there yet. There is an object that can represent other windows. I can, hook up. So theoretically, it would be possible to use this window object to tell this key presser where to send events. It's just, it's not implemented yet.
Yeah. So currently, I'm guessing it's using virtual keys at this point. It's...
There are many different APIs on different operating systems. But generally, for keys, I use like a physical key to identify a key. So this F key, if I activate it, it would actually type U, because I use a different keyboard layout. Yeah, there are a couple different ways of injecting events into apps. In Windows, there is send input. In Linux, there is xtest. There is manual event injection. Or I could just spin off my own X server or Wayland server. And then I could, just tell apps whatever I want. Right now it's using send input and xtest.
Dirk's Nexus says,
I saw him test this on Noida and Skyrim, I believe.
On it says,
In Windows, you could also use messaging system.
Yeah. Something like send message. Yeah. I don't know exactly how that would work. Send the input so far seems okay. It wasn't giving me any problems so far. In terms of gamepad, the gamepad emulation will have to use something different because gamepads, they don't really have this nice messaging API. The only way to emulate a gamepad is to inject an artificial driver in the system.
I'm mainly a Windows developer, not too familiar with Unix.
Yeah. I'm the opposite, but I like Windows. I'm a Linux user, but I do like Windows for its architecture. Oh, this is blinking because this object is constantly running and stopping. And each time it runs, it hits the target. Weird things. Actually, I could come up with UIDs for objects. And that would look annoying.
For Unix-based system, I only do container stuff, though recently had to update loads of code to work on Linux.
It's not a pleasant thing. Containers are awful. Whenever I can, I avoid them. I prefer to just run a binary on my main OS. It's so much easier. Just see, BTOP and all of the servers I'm running, they are basically here in my task list. They are not hidden in any containers.
I don't always have choices since it is company decision. LMAO also the code I had to update was Delphi code.
Nice. I mean, you can say many things about Delphi, but it's a very readable language. You can not know Delphi, but you can read it. It's like they don't make languages like that anymore.
Yes, but when you need to switch between C, JS, and Delphi, you get really screwed over pay.
Dark's Nexus says,
Very readable, but not understandable. So just like Americans.
Oniot says,
Well, I'd say, in a lot of cases, coding style is what makes code unreadable rather than language itself.
Das Nexus says,
Gauge script is easy to read and understand.
Yeah, about coding style, I guess you're right. It's possible to mess up any language. Syntax of the language also plays a role. I would say something like Ruby is it's way lower than something like Python, like to compare apples and apples.
Oniop says,
Iux Nexus as someone who despises Python. I do not like D-script aught. One.
Dark's Nexus says,
But Python is small and fun. It's like a toy car.
And it's super interoperable. You can, from Python, you can interact with anything.
Oniet says.
Part of my dislike for Python is due to working in a company that makes software for stats people, and there are too many people that think they know Python, Donnie.
TTS-ed says.
Dunning-Kruger effect.
It's like saying somebody knows English, you know. Nobody knows full English. People know enough of it to use it.
I know enough to get around. Arnie, what do you do for a living again? You make printer code?
Oniet says.
Printer? The heck?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think my printer actually runs Linux. It has a mail server. And you don't put Windows on, on an embedded device.
TTS-ed says.
I just know you work at some company that does stuff with VMs.
Oniet says.
Mainly our company provides credit modeling and decision-making automation software. Most clients are banks, brokers, lenders.
Yeah, this ecosystem is so vast that, you know, I have a friend whose job, he would describe his job identically. He's just, you know, helping some companies borrow money to some other companies.
TTS-ed says.
Can you contact my bank and tell them that I don't need ID verification to buy games from Steam?
Anit says.
Nah. I'll contact our bank and tell them to put a few extra zero on your debt.
Deus Nexus says.
I don't have debt.
Anit says.
Well, now you will.
Deus Nexus says.
What you gonna do? Lower my credit score?
Anit says.
Nah, send you to collection so you can get to nice little letters with a red line saying important.
Is also option 3. I mean, it will have to be 2 passes.
Deus Nexus says.
I will just send one back with even bigger and redder letters saying, not important enough.
Maybe I could do this. That would change the format state.
I already picked a fight with SP, and they sent investigation and stuff against me.
Anit says.
Don't fight ISP, dude. What will you do if they take away your internet?
Deus Nexus says.
I am fighting with ISP, not the current one.
The new one probably supports it.
Anit says.
Oh, old one, then those guys. Using local TTS?
Yep.
Which model?
Nice scroll to the beginning. Yeah. All talk. And in all talk, you can select one. Be right back.
Deus Nexus says.
Basically what happened was that I phoned them quite a few times saying I want to cancel. and they literally did not cancel, or they just hang up on me, and tried to charge me way after the contract ended. So now they want to go and get the, accumulated debt. So chances are that they will reach a time limit, and they will have to drop all the charges.
Oniet says.
Which provider?
TTS-ed says.
Talk, I think.
Oniet says.
Oh God. Talk. They were my first provider when I lived in UK. There is horrible service, and then there is Talk. A whole other beast.
UK internet providers.
TTS-ed says.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
You call to cancel, and they just hang up on you and still charge you.
I had a very similar issue in Switzerland. It dragged on for more than a year. I kept all of the receipts though, so, and I kept sending them, messages, here's my, resignation from before. It was accepted, so why am I still getting invoices? It took so much time, eventually, because I guess the managers who were looking into the case didn't know what to do. Eventually somebody who had some, brain looked at it and said, oh yeah, it looks fine. And he fixed everything. But yeah, you need to hope that you will find somebody on the other side who has a shred of decency, and this is the only way it's going to get fixed. At least that was the case for me. XTTS, this is the model that I'm using.
Oniet says.
All talk. We'll take a peek later. I'm currently testing Piper for my local one until I finish phasing out Google.
And the one that I'm using seems to be kind of old. This Piper could be better, I don't know. This one is definitely heavy, but it's easy to style it, you just need a short sample of somebody's voice and it can emulate it. My voice also works.
TTS-ed says.
I think the ISP debt that they want already passed 6-year mark, which means it is legally unenforceable in court.
Wow. I guess for them it's a routine case,
Oniet says.
I previously tried XTEs, had written my own app in Python. Kinda liked it.
Yeah. API is nice. The only thing is you don't really get such great control over the emotions, or you can just feed it text. Usually it does the right thing. It tries to add emotion based on text often. I think I have a topic for the next stream. This is going to be this improving serialization process. Actually, I'm not sure if this will be the next stream. I will maybe try to do this tomorrow.
Well, you could fiddle with temperature of the model and other params, but yeah, it's iffy.
What do I save this? Let's call this Automat JSON. So it will have version 3. It will have types, which is going to be a dictionary of object name. Which translates the name of the object into like alias.
I also been writing an intent engine making a kind of AI avatar for my streams, and wanted to integrate TTS into a single engine. Unfortunately, there aren't as many inference providers for JSE.
Nexus says,
It's not the first time I picked a fight company and won. Like when I was building my PC. I ordered a case, and the case delivery got missed. So after contacting the company over that, they literally said it was fully my fault, and that I won't receive a refund for a case which I did not have, nor will I be sent a case. So I contacted Amazon. They gave me a full refund. And then I messaged the seller. Thank you for coming to your senses and giving me full refund for this case.
Yeah. I guess they typically screw people over smaller things. If it's something expensive like a PC case, yeah, then people would fight. But if they didn't send you something for, I don't know, a couple pounds, nobody would have energy to fight for something like that.
And the case, I think, was held up at Depot, where I could have picked it up, and Amazon gave me full refund, so I could have gotten a full case for free.
I'm actually thinking that...
Oniat says,
Long time ago, I had issue with BT ISP provider. Wanted me to pay $200 for a maintenance call. Thankfully, I chatted with the maintenance guy. I found out that someone accessed BT's secure routing box and unplugged my internet cable, which is weird. Told them to go away because I ain't paying.
Whoa. Like, for letting them know about some kind of technical issue, they want to charge you. Wow.
Death Nexus says,
Wouldn't that have been a way to show them you sell a product? So either you give me the product or my money back. They didn't want to either. so I could have just ended up with money and product.
Anya says.
Oop! Work meeting, Brabee.
Anya just followed on Twitch.
Oh, thanks for the follow.
TTS-ed says.
Tell your boss I said, moo.
Yeah, I think I have a new format. And this format can be parsed in a single pass.
I love this song. Iron.
Yeah. Gorillaz makes nice stuff. This file format isn't perfect because the information is plastered all over the place. Like, types are far away from their content. I could put type information in the name of the object.
Empire Azeroop says,
Do you think MacBooks are bad for coding?
It depends. If you want to write like games, or if you want to be a professional coder, then yes, they are very bad. If you're just doing this for fun or something like that, they're actually kind of good. Or web development. For web development, they are also fine. Web developer won't even. I mean, there are some pros and cons. Writing native code on MacBook is definitely not a pleasant experience. But the system isn't bad. The system has, hardware is great. Hardware often makes up for the issues of the OS.
Erx Nexus says,
Apple using their native code. Pineapple.
Yeah, it should be the name of the IDE. You'll only feel the issue if you're trying to go kind of deeper, like play with Vulkan graphics. Apple has a very particular version of graphics API. They have their own graphics API essentially, which is incompatible with just anything else. Like everything that Apple does. Maybe this is acceptable. I like that it's so flat, this serialization format. Yeah. I'm conflicted. What serialization format would work nicest? Maybe I can ask Claude. I don't expect much out of this, but there is also option 4.
In your opinion, how good is McAfee at its job?
I remember some situations where the antivirus software was causing security holes, ironically. But I think that was a different antivirus. McAfee, they are definitely doing a lot of public disclosures of, malware that they find. And I remember that I think in Virus Total you can also check McAfee detection status.
McAfee identified McAfee as a virus and uninstalled itself from the system.
It's possible, you can attach malware anywhere.
Like zero-click ads that install malware.
Plocomarenios says,
Hey there, what language are you working with?
Hey, this is, at the moment this is English. But in general it's C++. Trying to figure out what organization a JSON file would work nicest for this realization. And normal JavaScript developers will not even think about this twice, because you would just call JSON parse, and it would just parse the JSON for you. But for some reason, I want to make it as, at the same time, as human readable as possible and also as efficient for the machine as possible.
What editor is this?
Editor is not what makes it look like that, it's the theme. This is Z, but with a custom theme. And I don't actually know how I feel about that. Actually, the way it looks is meh. I tried to squeeze everything I could out of it, but there's just limit to what it allows. What?
Ah, okay, haven't heard it before. I am basic using VS Code.
Yeah, VS Code is actually the one I really liked. You have it. I mean, it's kind of broken right now. I had so many extensions, they all seem to be gone. Weird. So VS Code is the best when it comes to extensions. You have extensions for everything. I like power mode extension. It's really nice, especially if you type faster than, you know, this. And custom backgrounds, where you can swap out the backgrounds with something different. This is strange.
I used to work with IntelliJ, but switched to VS Code because it's not as heavy, and you can open whatever app and start working easily.
Yeah.
Dirk's Nexus says,
It's crazy Ubisoft one day just went open source.
Okay, the Claude doesn't even understand the problem I have. It assumes that I already allocated a structured representation of JSON. Okay, about the type, I actually think maybe Maybe I can do this. It would require 2-pass parsing. On the first pass, I would just check the name, type, allocate. Name, type, allocate.
Arnie should be off work now.
I want to check something. Okay. I guess this is it for today. Yeah, I will see if I can implement this serialization. Serialization is not super interesting. I can do this off stream. And on the next stream, maybe finally we will get to the transmission belt widgets so that we can animate something and draw some nice connections on screen for a change.
Arnie should start streams so you can raid him.
Oh, this is actually perfect. Where's my mouse? Yeah. I guess not yet. He's not streaming yet. Anyway, got to go, so see ya. Bye bye.